expanded. I'm just gonna push this.
doing? How you feeling? Okay. It's good to hear. Welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? What about you? I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. I'm thirsty. I don't have any water, but I'm thirsty. Other than that, I'm fine. Other than that, I'm fine. What have you all been up to today? But yeah, we're doing just, different talks about different healings, different things of that nature. And I'm just here to reach donation-based free ones. Doesn't really matter. Welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? Yes. I don't know why it takes so long to find that. we doing? No. You can't do a collective reading, those don't exist. You do a reading on individuals. The things that people do that they claim are collective readings are not it. Those are like hive mind tactics. It's just getting people to join one big mass hysteria and stay in a cycle. It's a hive mind. We don't have a hive mind. We don't need a hive mind. Welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as also. I'm gonna need it. Glad you're feeling good. Glad you're feeling good. Yeah, I've been sleeping. I've been sleeping well. I really wouldn't define my dreams as good nor bad, but I've been having very uh introspective dreams. They've been getting me to think about a lot. So I never really got to leave the meditative state that I was trying to leave yesterday. I still never really left it. I've been having very interesting dreams, and just removing old programming, old thought forms. So it's been very interesting. All of my dreams have been getting a lot more vivid than usual, which is it's good. I don't really care. I'm not bothered by it. That's awful. That is a sign of a form of domination, though. So there could be something that boss did that affected you that's surfacing, that's pushing you to do something that you're not desiring to do. So you might need to look out for that, because that's how a lot of my dreams are. Not really going that sexual route, but a lot of past people end up coming in my dreams, and I usually just end up beating them up. And violence in a dream, depending on how it's directed, shows the power over one has over another. So when you end up getting in a fight in a dream, if you end up achieving the victory or whatever, beating the person up, that means you're overcoming what that person may have done. Not necessarily that person, but the experience that you have with the individual has a lesser strength hold on you, in that sense. What am I doing? The title. Read the title. Is what I'm doing. That's why it's there. Same, Anita. I do all of my handling in spirit. Everything else is just chill on the physical. All the handlings I do, they're either in the dream realm or in spirit. So. Well, spirit realm is one that you can't go to until you leave the flesh. The dream road you could visit while in flesh. We come from spirit. We are spirit in a sense. You know, the difference between that and that is just really a difference between like being out or in a flesh in that sense. I don't think of anything as good or bad. I don't define things like that. So that's not really something I can answer in the way that you're wanting. Whatever, it's not gonna work. I guess I gotta leave it there. I haven't heard of One Direction in a fat minute. It's been a while. I appreciate it. Thank you. thought I had a water nearby. I do not. That is unfortunate. Awesome. I love pineapple juice. I love pineapple juice. I've never had sparkling wine before, but that sounds good. I haven't really had wine either, but you know, it's whatever. Most bubbly things though I do enjoy. Right, I get that. I don't know why, but I just enjoyed the way you said the F that J character in the New Testament. I don't know why that like made me smile so much. It just did. Hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, that's where a lot of people get confuse that. A lot of people are like, oh, I go to Sophia for wisdom, but Sophia is in false light, unfortunately, because of how events went. Sophia doesn't bear true wisdom at that sense. It really could have been. But there's a split, well, a mutation, I should say, that happened within genealogy that hasn't been solved yet. That would greatly explain. Well, it's not that it hasn't been found yet. It hasn't been recovered yet, basically, or I mean, rediscovered. Better word. It hasn't been rediscovered yet, but it would solve a lot of why things ended up going the way that they did. You know, before and around the time of the Crusades. Really, the upbringing from the Crusades to when it actually happened. So like pre-Vatican and full on just the pharaohs of Egypt and stuff. No, not even that. We're talking about just the genes itself, like the damn, what am I trying to say there? I know it's different genotypes. But like with the recessive and the where the recessive genotypes came from, I guess in a sense. Recessive in all stances, not just one, but in all stances. Like how and when did that mutation happen? Basically, figuring that out would cause for another breed or split for the human, but it would connect a few dots. I'm trying to say something different, but my brain's not letting me. But it would connect a bunch of dots that are like needed. Right. Like, I don't know. And it's like the reason why we can't get those answers is because there is an imaginary race war happening. The race war is just a business marketing scheme to get people to make more money and cause more distractions. If people weren't caught up on that, we'd actually be able to get the answers that are really beneath the whole line and would answer, so what's your problem with XYZ? Because does that recessive genotype have an aggressor? Or an aggressive, like, spike in it, or what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, to figure those out, we would need to stop being so silly and trivial about things. But that's going to be hard to do. So, good luck with that one. Yeah, anyone with red hair is a witch. Says, fucking, I don't know. Media says literally the media. It was like what? At first it was black hair, but then they switched it to like a bright red. But that happened before or after the original Wicked movie in 2003. I think that happened beforehand. No, it happened way beforehand. It happened around like when the fucking like whenever that probably happened around the fucking like 1700s actually. Never mind. I might have the time switched up. I might have had it. They had the red hair and they switched it to black hair, which I might have that reversed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I was talking about it, I was like, wait a minute. Did it happen the other way around? And did Wicked just like use that as a standing point, or did not? So now I'm like, I gotta think about that now. Because I might have it backwards completely. They might have switched it over to the black hair to stop, I guess, like the quote unquote profiling of it. I'm not too sure. I'll figure it out. Whenever I need to. It's not like a major thing to look into. have any Roman in me at all. What you're probably picking up is the gypsy. There were gypsies that fled to Ireland, and then the rest of them went to Rome. Welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? Yeah, you're fine, Anita. No worries. You're fine. I really wouldn't say I love any song. I just listen to it, and if I like it, I like it. You know what I mean? I try not to worry myself with like labeling things if I like it or not in that sort of sense. I don't even really know one off the top of my head either. So I'd have to think. Nice. Yeah, I don't really know much about like mainstream music. I don't really listen. I have not listened to it at all. If I listen to it, it's because it's like being played and I can't really do anything about it. Damn. I don't really remember uh, the last song on the radio or like mainstream music that I actually like heard. Hmm. Yeah, I don't even know who that is. But yeah, that's interesting. Oh, damn. I've been doing well. How have you been? I'm not too sure what that means, but okay. Yeah, it's literally the same dude that does it every day. I'm not really sure. Don't really care. Welcome in. How you doing? How you feeling? Well, I don't really know you, so probably not. I'd have to know who you are. Still, even to begin, even as friends, I still need to know like who you are. I don't really have friends unless I know like who they are. So I feel that. Mine's kind of an active choice that like I drop a barrier down for ever so often. I'm feeling well. I'm feeling well. How are you feeling? I'm just in a very meditated mood. Not necessarily detached, but just not like in a very like in tuned or focused, but not like out of whack. A little down. If it's the best of us, it's alright. Yeah. What do you mean by the field, and I can help with that? I don't know what field we're talking about. Well, then what is source? What source are we talking about? You can't talk to me like this because I'm not part of like a hive mind. There are multiple sources that people call source. Where are you getting it from? What is source? What are you talking about? What is the name of these things that you're just labeling? Then we can actually talk about it. Other than that, I can't do much. Welcome in, Daniel. How we doing? How we feeling? And sorry about my throat. It's gonna consistently get more and more froggy because I have no water. That's why I haven't been talking as much. I don't have the resource at the moment, so I can like not get like caught in them. And so far, my day's going well. I can't complain about it. It's all good. I mean, I can get some in a minute. It slipped my mind, and I already had hit record, and I just don't want to get up and leave because it's already like streaming. So I'm like, whatever. I'll just reserve talking for a minute. But I can talk. It's not like a worry or anything. And dude, I don't even drink tap water. Like it's like I'd rather drink out of a plastic bottle than tap water. Do you know how, like, I'm not gonna talk about it, but do you know how grimy those things can get? I've lived in a place where I had to drink tap water, and there was mold in the tap, and I got very sick from it because I'm allergic to black mold, and that's exactly what was there because black mold is caused by fucking moisture. So that was fun, and I just don't drink tap water anymore because I don't trust it. I don't care I don't care if you like triple, quadruple bleach your pipes. I'm not drinking pipe water. It's just not happening. I used to drink it as a child, but after that like black mold incident, it's been a huge. I'm fine. Like, I'm good. It's all right, Jewel. Just remember that you're gonna end up like back at stage one no matter what. You're always gonna end up like, not always, but it's gonna like come back as a temptation no matter what. And not to beat yourself up over it, but to allow your body to do what it needs to do, but to be more aware this time. See what's causing that trigger to happen. Use it as like a support rather than a push away in that sense. Yeah, no, exactly, Alyssa. Literally, like, in my hometown, the people are getting cancer from drinking the tap water, and we were gonna do a research thing that was gonna be funded, uh, in everything to go research the water, and figure out why it's causing cancer, and guess who was the funder, and then guess who also shut it down? The government. So they didn't want us figuring out why. Because we had a teacher, and the teacher that I had was a nuclear physicist, and she was also teaching math and chemistry and science and stuff. So she had the stuff to go test it. We were gonna actually go do it, but unfortunately, you can't. Because they did not want us to do that. But that would have been very interesting. I got offered to go with them on that, and that was really cool. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't even know if we'd be able to, because I don't know what location we were gonna go. I don't remember the location we were gonna go to, and I don't have contact with that teacher anymore, unfortunately. But if I end up finding out at some point, I know who to let know. Well, I mean, if the military is already using the weapon, it's already been invented for a while. Um, Once it's invented, it's tested by the inventors, and then it's given to the military, who then do more experiments with it because they won't fail to do the experiment. And then after it's done with that, it's then given to public usage. If it's going to help the public at all in any way, shape, or form, they'll offhand it to the public whenever they already have something better, 10 times better in stock, really. Well, I don't know what's going on. That's the thing. That's what we were going to go research. So I don't even know. We just know that there were a bunch of people who got like cancer from drinking that water. I don't know, like, where. I mean, like, I don't. Again, like, I'm not really too sure where we were all going to go for it, but there's a lot of missing information on my half. But I do appreciate love the information, and we'll keep it in mind. I'm gonna do this real quick, actually. He was well. He was well hidden. It's all good, Anita. No worries. I've never seen that movie. I've not seen many movies at all. Hmm. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I love VCRs. Yeah, I had one that literally ate everything. I learned how to repair cassettes, so it wasn't all bad, but you couldn't put a damn thing in that thing. It would tear it apart. So I used it to play like this really old SpongeBob game. I don't even know what the hell it was. It was like a jellyfish controller, but it was a joystick jellyfish controller, and it had a snowball game and two other games. I didn't play them that much. I had like this weird, like hockey, football. I think another game, another sport thing. I don't know why I had that. I don't know. I didn't. I played like weird games on it. Sometimes I'd hook up my Wii to it, but welcome in, Boo. How we doing? How we feeling? But I know the pains of having a VCR that tears it up. That's what it was. I also had the Dig Dug Pac-Man Galactic, whatever the fuck that game is, with the ship, whatever the heck. I can't say that word right now. It's just not coming to my mind. But I had that as well. Galactica. I guess that's what it is. Yeah. It's just magnets. All we need is magnets. And I hope you have a wonderful day as well, listen. Much love and respect to you as well. Yeah, man, I used to live I used to live next to a Blockbuster. I say next, it was like 10 minutes away driving. But I lived next to a Blockbuster. I used to go there and rent games and movies from them all the time. And then when Blockbuster got, removed, it became like just a random rental shop. But I got the joys of Blockbuster and the fucking little like ball pit that they had in Blockbuster. I don't know if one else had that, but we had a ball pit in ours. It was like a little tiny one though. I miss those old like rental centers though, dude. I used to get so many things from them. I remember I literally only rented a game for a weekend because one of my friends was gonna play it and I wanted to play it with them. So I like bought that. They went to their house. It was just so bizarre. You could just do that. Wait a minute, I have the... Why did I just remember that? Hold on. So that's what I have to do. I just remembered I have to finish those, the Pinnacle series. So I'm gonna get started on that eventually. Today. Eventually today is what I mean. I'm not gonna wait after today to get that done. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not at all what I wanted to do. Move that over here for a second. I'm not too sure. It's been forever since I've even seen Power Rangers. You got me thinking now. I don't think anyone was about to kick you off, Anita. At least from my, like, lookings at it. I get that, Anita. No worries. I'm sorry, I'm like reading something and I'm like sidetracked on that right now. Goodness. many cannot at all. Some claim that they want it, but then when it shows on their doorstep, they turn their eyes, their head, I should say. I spend a lot of time in quiet, honestly. I wish I could go to the Stonehenge, but unfortunately I haven't. Not yet, at least. Yeah, and I do have to exist. Um, hey, Anna, welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? I'm doing well. I guess my head wants to be itchy as well, but other than that, I'm fine. I am tired, but it's nothing like too bad. I've just kind of been exhausted. Yeah, I do have a feeling. I had a feeling. I'm just sleepy as hell. I've been in like a really big meditative mood. So trying to like function outside of that, good luck. That's my favorite fruit, dragon fruit. God dang. My phone being unfunny. Where did my... There you are. Yeah. The female energy doesn't submit. That's not what the feminine energy does. That is a toxic representation of the feminine energy, is to say that one must submit with it, but that's not how it innately works. Well, that's not what Mother wants at all. Mother gave you life to explore. Father gave you rules to guide yourself with. You're not to really worship and submit to either of them, as that's not what you're here to do. If you're there to worship them, you wouldn't be in flesh. You'd be there in spirit with them. That would be your form of worship. You're here. You're not submitted to anyone. The submission is dogma, keeping you under control. That's the Vatican's thing. That's the Roman Empire thing. Remove that from your system and you'll actually be free. Or what really is to be called sovereign. What you are right now is free. What people want is freedom. What they don't really get is it's free domination. It's not free being free from it. It's just free domination. Domination being accessible to anyone is what freedom is. You don't want that. You want sovereignty, to be completely free from any external, taxes, from any external habits, or any external, I'm gonna say deficiencies, for lack of a better term, because it's not going through my head right now. But being sovereign is solely relying on self and what the self has, and the self already has both mother and father acquainted with. The masculine and feminine don't submit to neither of them. If you're going to submit, you're under Roman control, unfortunately, and you need to come to terms with that to see. If you look at any art before Roman time, the masculine and feminine are beside each other equally because they are one of the same. They need each other perfectly to operate. One cannot have more power than the other. It's not about having a power dynamic where one offers more than the other, but they equally give the exact amount that they take from each other. The submission part is the Roman way. It is Roman law, unfortunately, and that's why the world is the way it is now. So many people have that ideology that one is more greater than the other. It's not that one is more greater than the other, it's one isn't overstood. One hasn't been talked to or seen or nurtured the way it used to be and has been forgotten about. And that's what's going on with that. Alrighty, Honor. Take care. Okay, that's fair. Welcome in, Summer. How we doing? How we feeling? I've been all right. I've been doing well. I can't complain. I've been well. I've been tired, but I've been all right. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite shirts, honestly. I want to get one of like Sylvester the cat at some point. Yeah, I don't know. I wear either like oversized things or just cartoon stuff. That's about it. You gotta remember, the flesh will never speak for the for the person. It all depends on the spirit. The DNA and all that stuff, even though, you know, is microscopic, it still pertains to the flesh. Star seeds? No, I don't buy the whole star seed thing. If someone is gonna come to me and say they're a star seed, I need to know what galaxy, what star system they're part of, whether it's a lunar solar system as ours, a bisolar system, a trisolar system. You know what's going on with that, the actual star they're from. If they're gonna say these things, you people can use these terms and label themselves as it, but if you're gonna call yourself that term, you better know the information. I have yet to find anyone to actually tell me verbatim that, and have some form of like proof that that's, you know, that that's there, telling me some form of information that, you know, wouldn't be able to just be easily just, oh, just Google this and figure it out. You know what I mean? I've yet to find anyone to give me proof of that. So the term starseed, not really a thing that I use. It's a new age thing that a lot of people have used to group people together to create hive minds to easily energy harvest and psycho manipulate people, because that's what you do. You herd the sheep together, and then whatever XYZ is what they're doing with these terms, unfortunately. So I don't use them, and I make sure to try my best to get people to not use them as well when they find me, because it, you know, to remove yourself from that hive mind removes yourself from a lot of things that you shouldn't even be taking on. A lot of things that you end up taking on because of your rational mind rather than your actual soul. Exactly, exactly, Daniel. It's just everything, you know, propaganda that can be for propaganda, that can just be for general advertisement, anything of that nature, really. Alcohol spirit. Are you sure you're channeling what you think you're channeling? That's the big thing with a lot of people who think that they're channelers. You could just be getting a bunch of radio interference from literal just government agencies who are clocked into your body through what people call your aura and your chakras, which aren't what people think they are due to like lost information. But a lot of modern day channelers are not channelers, and they're actually just spewing a bunch of BS out to keep people stuck in a hive mind. Um, people are not as protected as they think they are, because they're buying dogma and then believing that the dogma is protecting them, which doesn't do anything, because the belief is lying to yourself. You need to have that solid knowledge of truth. You know, to know something is to be different than to believe or to be a lie. So when it comes down to it, especially in the age that we're in now, it's super important to like make sure that what you're doing is actually what you claim to be doing. People do not test spirits. I've witnessed that happen multiple times. Um, and it's super important to make sure. Well, I don't have opinions. I just have whether it's a yes or no. I don't go for opinions. I don't go for beliefs. I just tell what the facts are. I don't have time for complications. I don't have time to go into beliefs. I'm a truth teller. I'm a truth finder. Simple as. Anything outside of those lines, I don't really go for. If it can be debunked like that, I don't want to hear it. That's what it's like. If I don't have to put, you know, effort in asking questions to debunk it, or have any form of knowledge that would debunk it, you know, then I'd take a gander at it. But a lot of the modern day and new age spirituality is so easily debunkable that it's you know, it shouldn't be a thing. Like the thing that you say, like for your collective, Your hive mind is what it is. You don't have a collective. Define what your collective is doing. What does your collective do? That is different from everyone else's collective. What's happening is the term collective that everyone's a part of is a hive mind. And the reason why it resonates is because you're attracting people that have the same mentality, frequency, and understanding, not overstanding, but understanding. That means being stood on top of and pressured down on the information, not seeing above the information, but seeing what's underneath it, and speaking that out. That's why it resonates. You can manipulate people easily like that. You can use certain words, certain inflections of self, certain gestures, certain suggestions that the body can make, certain influxes of energy through your body of your own understanding and also lack thereof, as they both happen at the same time, and as you speak out. Well, there is no such thing as a collective conscious in this form that you may know of it. We don't have a collective conscious. Everyone's consciousness is to their own. This is why we have the term empathy. Empathy is to understand one's feelings, or to, be comparable to one's feelings. That's why we have that word. It's not consciously collective. We are we have empathy for others. We're empathic, by nature. That's why whenever one person goes, oh, I feel really happy, that starts to spread. That's why when one person laughs, other people start laughing. When one person gets sad, other people want to be sad. That's how humans operate. It's literally how we move. We like to be connected to things. We like to believe that there are other people outside of us. We would like to believe that this realm is real. So we end up tricking ourselves through mental movings to believe that. We go close to that. We grow that connection to it. We become attached to it. So much so that we now allow that to control us. Same thing happens with New Age spirituality. What are they doing? They're saying the same thing. Who is the spirit behind that? They say God. Who is God? What God? Name the God. Oh, you can't name God. No, you can. There are multiple gods that you can name. You can't name your God because he doesn't have a name. He doesn't exist. You can't call on him. Doesn't exist. That's the thing. This is why you have the term mother. Mother as the divine mother, as Gaia, as all these things. The label mother has multiple names. The label God has multiple names under the two spectrums of life and death, or the bringers, which would be the feminine and the masculine elements. These are the things that we operate off of. What people are doing is they're taking the labels and then leaving it broad. You're not defining what it is. And a lot of people say that, oh, I'm getting a message from this deity. How do you know? Did you check? Did you question? There are certain things that you can ask deities and gods and angels and all sorts of things that you need to start doing, because in this world that's ran by chaos, it's ran by chaos magic, it's ran by chaos theory. You can see it literally written in the sciences and the biology and the chemistry of this world. It's an unpredictable place. So even though your intention is to call out there in the realm of chaos, though your intention is to, I want to get a message that will help people, who are the people that you're defining? And if you're defining all that stuff, you do understand that every action has a consequence, or a sequence of cons that go against. You bring in one, but the other follows. There's always going to be a shadow side or a hidden side that's going to follow. So even though people are calling on one entity, what you're actually doing is now hearing two of them, because that one splits into two so that you, the third, can speak with that spirit. And that's what people need to understand. And a lot of people aren't operating from that heart space. They're operating from that mental space. They're busy about being rational about their ideas rather than seeing it from that heart space, that they don't fully actualize the message. They'll tell the actions, they'll tell the feelings, now the feelings make the individual feel, or they'll tell a story that resembles that feeling. They won't allow that true feeling itself to just express out, which is human error. This goes really deep when it goes down to like how people are being hurted. When I said it before, I'll say it again because it's what's happening. The new religion is new age spirituality, where everyone's going to be under this new curse, where everyone's going to be attacked by magic all the time, and they're going to start literally creating all that mess in their life, and then going out and trying to seek help, and then doing magic to hurt people that aren't hurting them, and then having it go back on. It's just a cycle that's going on currently. It's been going on since fucking, like, what, 2015, I think. But yeah, it's bizarre. Give or take 2015. But I don't know, a lot of people take offense to it as well, but like, the fact that one would even take offense to it is, are you actually questioning? If you were, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I always have to bring up as well. Like, if breaking it down that much makes anyone mad, they weren't actually doing that work. The reason why you're irritated is because it's something inside of you is saying, hey, they're poking that. And then your response, instead of it being the acceptance, it gets the agitation, because the ego's like, no, but I don't need to, X, Y, Z, I'm this, that, I give myself these labels, all that stuff, you know what I mean? There's no such thing as black magic. I hate to break it to you, there's no such thing as black magic. Coming from someone that's been in the occult since they were like 8 years old, black magic is not real. Black magic is called fate. And that is your mind interacting with the external world in a way that disrupts the true nature, the golden plan in the heart, from taking its actions in the correct way. But there's no such thing as black magic. Black means lack, magic means God. Black magic is a lack of God. And that's all it is. It's again, this modern age spirituality, they're not seeing the truth of these things. Dark magic, still not a thing. Dark magic is not a thing. Like, these labels of white and black magic, they're not real. That's not like a thing. Those are labels that were made up to then create more separation amongst the masses, and then make more and more herds of people. Because if you can't get them into 2 big pods, put them into multiple tiny pods, and then get them that way. You'll still do the same thing. You won't have to, and you won't have to try as hard to keep everyone huddled up together. It's about being actually free thinking. A lot of your free souls and free thinkers are actually just copying someone else's way of life, copying someone else's words. They're not free. They're just a broken record. And they believe that they're free because they've been sold the illusion of freedom by a lie that has been begotten for fucking centuries. And the whole, like, black magic, white magic, that root, that goes way back, but it really roots back with the whole Salem witch trials and the Vatican, whenever they came over and stuff. The demonization of the life of living from the heart happened way long time ago. Way back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mess with, like, the whole breaking down of how they talk. I don't know. It's very confusing. Everyone says or talks about something very, like, blanket statement, and I don't know what you're talking about. Like, when people say source or spirit or God or, like, the field or anything like that, I have to say, what do you mean? I don't know who you are. Like, what religion are you? What walk of life are you? What are you talking about? And they get mad because they don't know what they're talking about. They just want to say it's God and have it end. Well, your ignorance is your bliss, and I don't want to rock with bliss, unfortunately, so I got a question. Let's test spirits, we'll figure it out real quick. It's the importance. But a lot of people do the whole like hive mind thing, and you know, even taking it a step further, like people who just don't read tarot right as well, like everyone's focused on like, oh, this reading is for this zodiac. No, it's not, because that's not how tarot works, and that's not even how the zodiac works either. But sure, it's like all these things that people like are using in new age ways, and then like people are like blindly following it. It's just not it. If the masses are doing it, it's most likely not good. Like that's what people have to realize. If the masses are like eating it up and it's getting mainstream, it's because it's not good. There is something pushing it that's not of a good leverage. It's more damaging than helpful, but it's wearing the cloak of a lamb. I can't either, boo boo. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I don't know. You meet so many people who, like, they claim to be healed and, like, oh, I'm this and that, but they literally hold the fact that they can manipulate energy as, like, a golden statue, and that's all they have for them. And it's like, okay, that's cool and all, but. But is that it? Like, that's all? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of people in, like, the occult and spiritual community that are very, like, arrogant, unfortunately. I don't get it. Yeah, the zodiac aren't even in the right order either. That's another thing. If we're gonna even talk about the zodiac, we gotta talk about alchemy, because why was the zodiac in what was used in the zodiac at the time? Well, astrologers, right? Well, what was astrology used for? Alchemy. It was used with magic. The operations of God was used through astrology, which is the zodiac system, which is just, going into it further is astrophysicists, but that's, a little bit different. But if we're going to talk about the zodiac, we talk about the alchemy. And what is the chemical order of life? Fire to air, fire to water, water to air, and air to earth, excuse me. And there's no way you go to Aries to Taurus, because how do you go from the beginning fire to a fixed fire? A fixed earth. That doesn't make any sense. You go from Aries to Leo to Sag, then you go, to your Cancer, your Scorpio, so on and so forth. And ooh, that has to hurt, Kay. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that like people talk about, and it's just like the Western way of overstanding, cramming eons and centuries of learning and studying in life paths, and then cramming it into like 30-minute videos and hoping that works. Like, dude, you have people asking AI spiritual tips, man. Do you know how fucked up that is? You're asking something that's not sentient. You're asking something that's being created off of your input for advice. You could just ask yourself. But I don't know, it's bizarre. It's scary. I don't like thinking about it. I don't like thinking about it actually at all, because so many people don't see it, and it's just like, dude, AI is only feeding you what you know, and it knows who you are. You go into Chat GPT, you use your email. You don't even use your email, you just use it for free. Well, it has access to your cookies. It has access to all the sites you've been to. It knows a bit of who you are based off your fucking digital fingerprint. You're just asking yourself a question, which it's so funny, because what we teach over here is to focus on the feminine heart space and ask that for advice to get the answer. And then that's what people are doing with AI. Like, do you see the war between getting spiritual and staying physical, dude? It's like, it's bizarre. In a in an esoteric sense, yes, witch. That's what alchemy is. In the true form of alchemy, it's turning the metal. It's turning from metals into golds. It's the transformation of one form into another. You know, the changes of your states of matter is alchemy in that sense. That's just what it was talking about. Alchemy is the actual chemical changing of God, in that sense. Because the ancients knew God as arcana, mystic, magic, mage. These words, mystery, mystic, mist, these all were words that came from God. And the words that derive from God are like magic, these things. Those are the studies of God interacting with those factions. You know, they're all bits and pieces of how God works in that sense. But yeah, we do run from ourselves heavily. We always do. And it's because we're chasing something outside of us that's really already inside of us. If we would just stop, like, people are ending like, oh, I want to be in a relationship. Well, be in a relationship with yourself. Well, I want to love with someone else. Love yourself. You keep attracting the same people or people that aren't showing you love because you don't love yourself in that sense. You need to show yourself that respect, you know. And a lot of people, it doesn't work like that because they're not wired to live that life. You're not. Some people just aren't wired to ignore that aspect of self, and they end up falling in detriment because they keep running from like what they truly desire rather than um, going for it. Well, running into it, I should say. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? Same. Not gonna lie, same. I'm very tired. Well, we're actually three. One, we can't be one. That's the thing. One is mother, and two is father. We are three. We're the offspring of one and two. We are the combination of one and two, which is three. We are both feminine and masculine. We are the holy trinity, you know, whatever you want to close it, you know, close it as. But we are three. We can't be one. We're whole. What we're looking to be is to be whole. We're not looking to be one. Singularity is a man-made thing that tries to get man to collide with AI, bringing you away from a binary stasis of choosing what you desire and putting into a single state of not having any free will at all. Unfortunately, people are in a singularity because they allow the rational mind to lead them completely rather than moving. Um, no, we're not three and one, we're three complete. We are whole. You can't have three and one. That would just be one. Three going in the one is just one. It's just one. It's three ones, which is just be, you know, three separate things at that point. We are whole. When you say one, you're saying separate. You can't be by yourself. You can't be one. You can't be split apart. You can't even be two. You can't even be split by two in that sense. You're always going to be whole. It's just the lack of actual acknowledgement of it. It's truth. To be whole is to be holy. That's the whole point of it. To be complete. AI has been here forever, dude. What do you think those generative, like, wallpapers were when the first computers came out? That's AI. AI literally was a thing whenever they made Microsoft Voice. AI existed first as, like, video, you know, and things of that nature, and then it slid into other factions. But AI is not new. A lot of people think it is. Like, AI began as CGI. It's the same thing. It's intelligence. That's all we're talking about, is their man-made intelligence. CGI, choreographed intelligence. AI, automated intelligence. I think it's automated intelligence. No, automated artificial. Either way, there's automated, and that's more with, like, robotics. And that's with, like, macros and stuff. But that's different. That's a same thing, different concept. But yeah, seriously, dude, it's like, this is not new. The internet's not even new. The internet was a thing for, like, the CIA and the governments to talk to each other first. It was AOL. That was the first internet. And then they're like, oh, we don't need this anymore. We have something better. So they sent AOL out to the public. And like, holy shit, this is so new. Like, no, this has been here for about 40 years before it reached your pockets, dude. And yeah, Harris, everything is going well. Just a little tired today, but nothing bad. But what's up, Destiny? Welcome in. How we doing? And Anita, I noticed that, like, I checked to see if you were still, like, on the thingy, and it said that you were, so I was confused. But welcome back. Yeah, like, it's the literal first purpose for the internet was just faster communication. That's really all it was. They didn't want to do telephone anymore. Telephone was too slow. Took too long to dial in the numbers, even if it was on auto dial, you know. So what do? You create web. That's an instant. You don't see the email leave your computer. It sends like that. That's why it was created. It was literally just a messaging chain. So who know? I don't know what it was before then, and it could be even more than that. Because even then, like, it's really funny. People think they're hiding from the government with all sorts of gadgets. They know you have them. You're not hidden from the governments. They're watching you still. With all those VPNs and stuff, it's okay. They're letting you. It's whatever. They're a bigger fish to fry, you know. But, like, I had dial-up, Destiny, so I know dial-up. Oh, I know dial-up. We had dial-up in a rotary phone. That shit was fun. I was the only kid in my school that knew how to use a rotary phone. Still probably one of the only people in my age group who aren't into, like, vintage tech that knows how to use that stuff. I'm into vintage tech, but yeah, the government, like, has access to all these people, all these, like, high tech nerds who have, like, oh, I have, like, a super basement with a bunch of thousands of supercomputers to keep me protected from the government. They know that you're on that. You pop up on their server like that, dude. They just don't give a fuck. Like, you can't hide from them. God damn, they're watching you. They're in your skin, dude. They don't need to fucking hack into your computer, dummy. They just turn on a button and they can watch you through your TV, through your fucking refrigerator if it's electronic, you know, well, digital, I should say. Like, dude, people panic about it, but it's like they have access, and it's just how it's whatever. But it's, you know, but this shit's crazy, man. At the end of the day, though, like, um, it's whatever. It probably was military grade destiny. I'm not even gonna lie, because like the way it goes is like the whoever the fuck top branch shit does their thing with their stuff. They test it. They sell it out to like the Uber like 0.001 percenters that have the money to like beta test and shit like that, you know. And then it goes down to scalpers who then go out and do the high branch scalpers that go do their shit. Then it goes down to just the base rich people and like the full like up to like 1 to 5%, right? They get it, and then it goes down to government agencies. No, it goes to government agencies and then them. The scalpers get a hold of it, but anyway, it goes into like the rich public, you know, grasp, and then if it's acceptable for the rest, determined by people who have money, then it's given to us. But if it's deemed that we don't need it yet, it's said, oh, this is what we're working on. And then they release it years later while also working on something that's like 1,000 times better than what they're releasing. Yep. And that's how it is, though. Why do you say that, Destiny? Make a plan. Make a list of things that you desire to have, or things not even that you desire to have. No, like make a list of things that you need or things that you've been needing to get for a while. And you know, have like the prices next to them, and then you know when you get when you get an amount set out, you know, for it. Don't, you know, because that's the whole thing with like living in survival mode is you end up just, you know, using you know, spending the money rather than, you know, investing in things that are helpful. And it just comes from you thinking that you have to keep doing these same past cycles to like survive, or like, oh, if I don't have this, I'm gonna like lose my mind, or all these things, right? It comes from that survival. Learning as well, like to spend things on stuff that you like and not saying that it's a waste as well. Because your relationship with money has a lot to do with your own self-love and self-worth, because what you do with money also reflects of how you spend your own self, or what you believe yourself worthy of having as well. So always look at it as that sense, and don't beat yourself up over it, of course, but just see it as it is and allow yourself to move um, with ease with it. I don't know what that flash of blue light was, but I did not enjoy seeing that. Um, but sure. But yeah, just like erase the things of like, oh, I'm unable to spend money on things that I enjoy because it's a waste and I need to do all these other things. You know, when you get money, get in a habit of like, even though, you know, bills stuff are serious, get in a habit of like at least getting yourself something beforehand instead of worrying about, if you are able to, of course, you know, and you know, instead of being in that survival mode of I have to do all these things first and then give myself a treat, you know, rewire that programming slowly in a set, in a reprogram that mindset step by step. Oh my god. You know, take baby steps. Yeah, but the opposite of having a that like flight and that, you know, the, my god, the flight or fight reaction is having a dude, I don't know why I can't remember this right now. I had it like in my mind and just flew out. Um, but it's having a relax and respond, a rest and respond mindset. So being able to see the situation and, you know, rest in it, allow it to just hold you. You know, the situation isn't going to change by your panic or by a complete mindset at that state. So allow it to hold you, allow it to nurture you, let it see, you know, let it show you what you need to see, and then respond to it. And of course, Destiny, it's no worries, I got you. But like that's the whole thing with it. Um, you know, just take your time with it and just keep working on it in that sense, you know. But definitely like, yeah, learning to slow down is good as well. Just meditating, slowing down. And just, you know, whenever, just, you know, oh, I have to pay this. Cool. That panic, though, is what steals the time that then makes that lack even more, like, excessive. So when you're in that energy of, oh, I'm out of this or I need to go do that, don't let time panic you. Slow down. Slow your own breath. Slow your own mind. That's going to slow down time around you. Your own internal clock will affect the external reality. You'll be able to collect yourself more, and then you'll respond. Even when you respond to something bad were to happen, it would be less erratic and harmful to the self and to the mind, and you would be able to walk down clearer than moving completely in that chaotic sporadic energy. So even if it doesn't work out at first, it will still lead you down a more beneficial path to where you'll actually know how to maneuver yourself or at least get a better grip before moving forward rather than just having like no sort of control or no, you know, direction or boundary at the start. I don't know why I started stuttered so bad at the end, but yeah. um well, that's definitely what we work on. And even when it's like treating yourself, it doesn't even have to be anything like huge, you know. If you want to like buy candy or get an ice cream, or you know, you want to eat at a restaurant that's like, oh, I want to eat here but I've never like ordered, just, you know, do stuff of that nature. Please, you know, give back to your inner child so that it can be like, oh cool, I have this now, this is kind of something that I wanted. um you know, or just you know, just have fun, learn to experiment again, learn to be curious, learn to, you know, try new things in that sense. Just re-spark that life in. Because really what happens is like it's a feedback loop that people get stuck in. It's the fear of not having the XYZ factor, and then the external reality feeding you things that are saying, hey, you need to have XYZ, and then getting back into that fear loop of, oh, I need to get these things but I don't have the ability to, and everything you do is being, you know, fed, I mean, is being fueled. I'm getting my words mixed up. Is getting fueled by the external reality and how it's moving you forward. And if you're moving forward with that fear and that stress, then you're just going to go back into that feedback loop and keep feeding more and more stress and more overwhelmed. But if you slow down the process even though you'll repeat that step, you'll see where that misstep happened. You'll see where oh, I shouldn't have done this. Oh, this is that mistake. I don't really need to do that. And then it just becomes a battle between you and and yourself. You know, can you convince yourself that you actually don't need it, or will you fall back into like the guilty pleasure of things? And I only use guilty pleasure because with that example and that kind of that set, usually when people repeat that cycle, they have guilt or regret. So it ends up feeding back into like that whole uh, aspect. I mean, it depending on where you're at. I feel like it is like around that. Well, I don't know what seasons you go fishing in. Yeah, I don't go fishing, but it seems like the weather for it. Mm, permits make sense. Right. Because the child never like a lot of people kind of forget that like your inner child never like dies. You you're still that child. You know, people just grow attached to the physical being in that realm for so long that it's like, oh, I'm an adult now. I can't do childish things, and they've created now a dissonance between what the truth of it is to be in the childlike energy versus what the external world portrays it as, and they only deem it appropriate, and it's like all these other parameters that held it back that keeps you from being in that authentic space. It's an interesting comparison for the inner genius. I haven't heard of that before, but I'm gonna sit on it for a minute and see. Um, what are they called? I'm pretty sure they all call it this. I'm gonna look them up. They are, yeah. Okay, so something really good to help with weight loss, is chia seeds. Um, you don't need to do it a lot. I would say like, you know, at least one time per day, have like a water bottle, and with the water in it, put some chia seeds in it. Put like a scoop or two of chia seeds in it and drink that. And that helps with weight loss. It helps speed up and clean out the digestive tracts as well. You can add lime to that as well. Add like a bit of like lime or lemon juice to the water as well. That acidity will help with clearing out parasites and stuff. Um, but for dieting, that helps. Also, just knowing kind of like what you're needing for a diet. Like, where are you predominantly trying to lose weight in? Like, what area per se? And then as well, like, do you have any like deficiency. It's like calcium, vitamin D, iron, all those things. I can't really give like full advice because I'm not like a full doctor, but I do know of some things. But chia seeds they're not that expensive, and they're you don't need a lot of them. I will warn you though. I will not only warn but also tell you. Chia seed makes for really good shampoo. Um, because when the chia seeds get wet, they I forget what it's called, but they get like a slimy texture that like pops out of the outside of them, and that's what helps with the cleansing of stuff. But if you can just extract that gel, because it's edible, but if you just get the gel itself, you can put it in your hair for shampoo, and it really helps with that as well. But I used chia seeds for a while, and they definitely helped with like not only just weight loss, but like they help with heart health, energy, just in general. They're just it's like anything that an antioxidant would do, they also do as well. They're antioxidants, so like same thing for garlic and stuff of that nature, and then ginger and stuff has around the same like health benefits, but it's mainly for like digestive and like skin and hair care. Yeah, definitely meat. I know some people. I don't know what it's called, but I know some people are like you can eat like what is it like lean meat or something. I don't remember what it's called, but I don't know. I just don't eat it, so I don't know. But dairy definitely, because dairy is a bloater. Dairy will bloat you and block up the system. Um, Also, eggs. Eating eggs is good for losing weight. Eating eggs is like a protein. It's like a gainer food. So if you eat eggs, stop eating eggs. Cut back on the eggs or stop eating them, and it also helps with weight loss. Not the obvious like bread and stuff, but I mean that's obvious stuff. It's all good, Anita. It's no worries. It is no worries. But yeah, those things help. Yeah, processed foods, obviously. Anything processed, any like greasy foods or fast foods, staying away from them. Um, I forgot what it's called, but I also used to have it in. What the hell was it called? I don't know. I'm just gonna say dragon fruit because dragon fruit acts as a laxative. Be careful. I will say this: be careful of eating dragon fruit. Um, One I forgot when it was, but it was like a few weeks. Like I think it was last month actually. I bought a dragon fruit and ate it. I ate the whole thing, and I was like, hold on, I need to make sure I'm gonna say this right. I think it's the magnesium content. But I ate the yeah, I ate the the dragon fruit too fast, and I got high from magnesium, and that was interesting. I didn't mean to. I didn't really want to, but I was sitting there. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I feel like I just smoked something. Hold on. I was like, wait, can you get high from eating dragon fruits? And I remember being on a call with my friends, and they're like, there's no way you're high from eating a fruit. And I was like, no, I am under the side effects of magnesium. I am intoxicated by magnesium. Dragon fruit are fucking beautiful. I love them. They are good. I haven't had the yellow ones. I've had the red ones. They're very good. But they are high in magnesium. So if you need magnesium, they're good for you. If you don't need it, be careful. But don't like you can eat a half of one and be fine. But I just ate the whole thing. It's been I love dragon fruit. It's really bad. That's why I don't get it that much. Yeah, like it's magnesium will intoxicate you. Um, but it also is a laxative. It's a decongester. It cleans out your digestive and lymphatic systems as well. Um, but yeah, like magnesium will get you fucked up. I didn't know that. I didn't know it could get you fucked up. I was like, damn, dude. It's nothing visual, but it's a body high, obviously. And it was just like I was just sitting there like amazed. Like I got high eating a fruit. Like people are spending like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on bud, and I just ate a fruit too fast. And I feel that way. Like, damn, okay, cool. Dragon fruit's where it's at. I'll probably never get high from a dragon fruit again because a magnesium, different is different within each fucking fruit, obviously. Like, you know what I mean? But it was a very interesting time, and I don't know. I don't have not met anyone else that's got high off a dragon fruit before, so. And yeah, I don't plan on doing it. It wasn't anything like, you know, crazy. It was whatever. I was really just like more shocked that a fruit, like, I don't know. I was just like freaked out because I was like, did I get poisoned? Was I, am I gonna die? Like, no, I'm just magnesium up. That's all. Way to get high but pass the drug test. For real, eat your fucking fruits. Don't. This is not saying to drink magnesium. You'll probably die from doing that by liquid excretion. So just eat a dragon fruit and be careful, please. Just be careful. But yeah, you gotta be careful with magnesium. Because, like, even though it would take a lot to actually harm you, it's about, like, the bodily fluid and, like, your excretion of it and, like, XYZ, you know what I mean? Like, laxatives have killed people before, so it's just about being careful with it. Everything's in moderation. And it also, there's a lot. I'm not gonna yap about it. Everyone knows. It depends on a lot of other things too, like your pH level and stuff, and all that jazz. I want a mango, but like they're annoying to eat. I'll be the first to say it. Mangoes are annoying to eat. Like whole mangoes are annoying to eat. They're big ass seed. I like the seed because it tells me, yeah, you're organic. Like you have some form of life in you because you're bearing something. Um, but I don't want to have to like bite around the seed, and I don't have the tools to remove it. So I just had to like bite around it like a fucking rabbit, and that was really fun. But I love mangoes. Mangoes are just good. And welcome in. How we doing? How we feeling? Yeah, I've yet to master peeling mangoes. I don't know how to do it. I still have to learn. But kiwis, I eat the kiwi whole. I don't know why some people don't eat the skin of the kiwi. I guess it's like a texture thing. Not kiwi. What? No, it is the kiwi. I'm thinking of the other fruit, but it is the kiwi. Yeah. I might have. I don't know. I don't like vodka. That used to be my alcohol of choice for the longest time. And one day I got completely sick of smelling it. Like, it was something I couldn't be around people who drank it. Like, if someone's, like, it was really bad. Like, I had, like, reactions and everything to it. But I got into tequila, and that's when I was like, I have to quit drinking. Like, this is not where I want to be right now. So I ended up, like, going for tequila after that, and it was not good. That was a bad switch to go from. But after that, I stopped completely. I was like, I don't want to drink anymore. Yeah. But now just champagne. That's what's up. I don't drink it a lot, but I go for kombucha, honestly. I really enjoy kombucha, but I gotta be careful because of, like, my stomach. And just the acidity level of my stomach, just, not ramping it up too much. Yeah, I feel that. I was kind of around the same whenever I was drinking. But yeah, there's certain, like, traditions that involve, like, spraying and involving alcohol, which is perfectly fine. You do what you gotta do. But alcohol is a spirit, so you gotta be careful. Dude, I wish I knew how to brew kombucha. I really would. Only just to make it so I could drink it, honestly. But I like kombucha a lot. I remember that I only drank it because I had a stomach bug one day. And I was like, what's going to help my stomach feel better? And they're like, kombucha will help. So I had brown rice and kombucha, and that was a very, very nice and relaxing night because my stomach actually stopped hurting. Huh. Hmm. It happens. Oh, some good, whenever you do end up, like, relapsing like that, don't allow yourself to tear yourself down and stuff. Allow that time of, coping back into it to, draw you back to yourself, to ground yourself again. Just to, like, dive deep, because when we, um, when we're like intoxicated, like high or however, depending on how much you control, because whenever I used to like smoke and drink a lot, I would do it. I would end up meditating on it, because I would be more detached from like my mind and more just like in a body feeling. So I would do it for that. And that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, Ibram. Hopefully you're staying safe during the wars. It's not anything affecting you. Birthday parade. Ancestors from Egypt, yes. Major ancestors, like majority of my ancestry is Egyptian. Um, but I was born in the States. But I barely even had a birthday party, dude, when I was a kid. Huh? Let alone a birthday parade. Oh my god. I probably do. You as well, Boo, and welcome in, Indigo and Queen. How we doing? How we feeling? Goodness. Has your gambling let up any at all, or has it been the same? Aw. What's the excitement about though? What's the excitement about? Mm. Aw. Yeah, today's honestly been a very, very beautiful day. I've just been kind of tired. After I start, like an hour before I hopped on, I was like, damn, I'm kind of sleepy, but like, I do want to go on stream. So, Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, that's what I've been doing as well. I'm still in a resting mode, but, you know, there are some, there, when I get the call the hop, I get the call to hop, so. But yeah, I guess it's better to do that, but don't get trapped in that cycle for too long. It'll do more damage, than you would think. Less about the financials and more just to the mentality. Well, I don't really need anyone to follow. That's the thing. I'm not looking for followers at all. I feel that, Queen. I feel that. Damn. Yeah, a lot of people get that I'm arrogant. I'm monotone. I've walked this path since like a young time. You know, before in 2008 and stuff, before 2010 when shit was getting really fucking weird on the internet and where shit started becoming, a bit more mainstream within like the occult knowledges and stuff. That's when I was on. So I had access to a lot of things that were more true than what people could find now. So what people deem as arrogance is really just my version of confidence. Because if I'm ever in a wrong of something that I say or something that I can look up, I always back down and bring that up. So it's not arrogance. I'm very confident and unmoved in what I know because it's not only a mental knowing, but I've also experimented to put it to the test, done studies, scientifically, esoterically, exoterically, you name it, right? And it's hard to disprove something that's been proven as 100% truth by personal interpretation and personal like observations and stuff. You know what I mean? Exactly, Queen. But see, that's another thing. Like you bring it up, and that's another thing. A lot of people have also just met really abusive, arrogant, as they would call narcissistic men that also talk in the same like tone that I do. I'm just monotone a lot of the time. So it's not that I'm mean, I just don't exert a lot of energy a lot whenever I don't have to. You know what I mean? So it's like it's not even something that's like on my part. There's like a lot of reasons for like why people would think of that way. So it's not only just like you seeing it, it's also me needing to see people react that way and know that it's not me. It's not like I know that I'm not being arrogant. If I was being arrogant, I would back up like I am. So when it comes off like that, I have to learn to take it as a joke. I have to learn not to let that make me mad or make me feel like I am being arrogant because what was my true first foot being put down here? Was it me being arrogant? Was it me trying to be a bullhead, or was it me trying to inform? That's where we have to gauge things at, right? Um, and I had to learn to be sturdy in that because it's a mental battle. If I end up caving in and being like, oh no, maybe I am doing that, in this sense to where I know that I'm not, but I convince myself otherwise because I'm constantly going through it, then I begin to degrade myself in that sense. And then it's like, well, now I can't get up and speak. Throat chakra shuts off basically at that point. So I get a lot of people. I've always talked about it. I always get a lot of people like, you're arrogant. You think you know it all. No, I just know what I know. And what I know, the majority of people are coming to learn to know. So it was like this thing where it's like, what's going on? You know what I mean? But So it's not even a thing, you know. No, I overstand it. You know, I I overstand it from more of like a neurological standpoint. Like I don't know what you've been through, but I'm not gonna like go like whole psychology and read you right now mode. But based off of what you've, you know, how you described yourself and how you talk in here and things like, and that just the relationship of how you have that like arrogant connections towards like the masculine gender, I can kind of guesstimate around what you have been around or been through in that sort of sense. And it's completely like reasonable. We all have our own reasons for things. It's just about us being up to that challenge to break down those walls. But yeah, I completely get it because I like some things I do say, like people do, like sometimes you just come off harsh. It's like I don't mean to. I just say it. I like directly speaking to people. I like asking questions, and that's kind of offensive to do in this day and age because we've been told to shut the hell up and not ask her to look at people. So it's kind of hard to do that and seem like you're doing something good because then it's gonna be like, oh, what gives you the right to do this? Well, nothing. I just gave myself the permission to. Like, but you know, it's whatever. I've learned on my side of it how not to let it bother me. I've learned that lesson, so it's whatever. I laugh it off. I'll look at it. I'll like raise an eyebrow and get like a confused look, but like other than that, I won't give a fuck. You have to give yourself permission to love. If you don't give yourself permission to love, like you just won't. You won't fully envelop that nature of it. Seriously, that's the thing, Queen. Like, I I've had a lot of very interesting people say very interesting things to me. Um, I've had supposed goddesses and gods threaten to harm me. I've had people who love me and then add the integer but, which then removes the entire first statement and contradicts everything that they said. Um, I don't know. I've had people say I've tried to rage bait them. It's so weird seeing how people can't answer a simple question of why. Like, it's this thing. You can't ask someone why more than 3 times. They get mad. You say why for the 3rd time. Why do you keep saying why? I have questions. I want to know. And if you don't know, it's okay. I just want to know. And if you don't want to answer questions, that's cool. But just be prepared because I'm gonna ask you questions. I'm gonna say why and what are you talking about because I need to know. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing with like mind reading. A lot of people look at someone and go, "Oh, you're so powerful. Like you had to be able to read minds." Mind reading isn't what you think it is. When you read someone else's mind, you're only reading what you're able to interpret yourself. So if you yourself have no training in how to read the mind, which is just learning how to read your own mind, by the way, you wouldn't be able to read someone else's mind. If you don't know body language, then you're really unable to read their mind as well. There's a lot more that goes into reading mind than just thinking that it's some sort of spiritual connection thing. The CIA has people studying human behavior for a reason. That's reading your mind. That's called being psychic. Reading the mind, predicting actions of someone is what you can do. You can't predict the future as in what you're, how life's gonna go, but you can predict someone's next few steps, and you can 1000% manipulate it by certain poses and how you stature yourself. You know, it's a lot different than people would think, because a lot of your spiritual abilities are a lot more physical than you would think. Um, a lot more physical than you would think. Mathematics, dude. It's there. It's biology, it's mathematics, it's chemistry, it's science. You get those down, you're fine. It's a little bit of geometry if you really want to get into it, in trigonometry and math if you really want to get that deep with it. But for the most part, it's those things. If you really know biology, you can do a lot to people. If you know biology and you know electronics, you can hack people's skin. You can do bioware and do bio enhancements and shit. You can mess with the human DNA and stuff with that sense. You know, it's why they have like MRI scans and shit and like electrical therapy and shit where they send pulses. Like those are like regulated pulses designed to do something. That's using not only, electronics, but biology and all sorts of shit. But those are also things that people would claim that, oh, these are like spiritual things. Like, no, they're very physical. It's just running off of the laws of what this rules ran off of. We just aren't taught those rules the way that they need to be taught. Or we just don't remember how they're taught, or we're not told anything at all. So it's one of the three, but we figure it out eventually. But yeah, I don't know. Everyone wants to, like, even like I looked up to what you were saying, Queen. We're like, we're not supposed to destroy the mistake from, like, everyone wants to kill and destroy. Like that's like the main thing. Everyone's like, oh, I hate this. I want this dead. I want this person dead. Like I want this to be destroyed. Like why? Do you think it's gonna fit? No, it's only gonna make the issue worse. Unfortunately, it's bad. It's not. You don't have to like accept it, but just allow it to exist. It has just as much. Whatever you hate has just as much of a right to be there as you are there, because there are things on this planet that don't like you, and you're still here. Humble yourself. You don't know. There could be your neighbor's dog could hate you, and your neighbor's dog could talk shit about you to the neighborhood dogs, saying that I hope you leave and like don't come back. You never know. So you gotta humble yourself in that sense, dude. As stupid as that sounds, take that example as literal as you need to. Put that on other people. Put that on like whatever you want. It gets to that point. Sicknesses and illnesses that are set out to kill people that are making like bioweapons. Do you think they want you to live? Fuck no. Why the hell do you think they building it? Oh, for protection. What's that protection? Killing someone? Awesome. Glad we got to that point. Everyone's so focused on killing that it's like you're not actually doing anything. Yeah, I kill my demons. I rip them out. Okay, cool. Why didn't you just like look at what they were doing and then remove them? Like you don't have to kill it. It's gonna come back with a vengeance. Just let it go. Just be like, I don't want you, bye type shit. It don't have to. It don't have to live with you. It don't have to. It's not paying rent in the first place. Kick it out. Yeah, a lot of people do that a lot. A lot of people. A lot of people really aren't even sure of what the sacred is, because you can't know. Well, we're gonna say it because I need to say it. You can't know what the sacred is if you're running around calling people bitches and wishing ill will on people. Like, that's not how it works. You can't claim to hold sacred wisdom and shit, and then also like on the same note be like, oh, this person deserves to die, right? Or all these things are evil and bad. Like you would know You would have the opinion of it, but you wouldn't hold so tightly to it. There's things in this reality I don't like, but I don't attach myself to them. I keep it sacred. I keep myself holy and pure in that sense. I don't involve myself in things that would, cause that separation of self. I allow it to exist. I know why it exists. I can see it exist within me in a certain form. I just choose not to partake in it so that it can fade away. You know, the less attention it has, the more it would fade away in that sense. But yeah, manipulate, manifest. It's all about the man or mind controlling it in some form or fashion to make it seem a bit better. That's the mind's job, is to give you permission to do things, because the way we operate is we won't do anything. We won't take an action if we deem it bad, or if we don't have like a feeling to do it. The human can never do something that they deem as bad. They do it because they have a purpose and reason. This doesn't mean that in retrospect they can't feel bad about it. I'm meaning in that present time, there was not a thought that was keeping that individual from doing it, and or they convinced themselves enough with that feeling created from the mind space or however to go out and do those actions. You know. So you really have to like understand that and move with that. Like there's a force, there's a purity behind it. There is a source giving them permission behind it. Without that permission, they wouldn't be able to do it. But you wouldn't do it unless it was convinced to be good of you. Whether the source that convinced is good or bad can be up for someone else to debate. I don't really care about that, because that's personal stuff that has nothing to do with like the grand scheme of things. Um, but it in the totality of stuff, it's just making sure that what you're doing in life, make sure that you have the feeling for it, make sure that you desire to do it, and if you don't desire to do it, don't do it. Don't force yourself to do something that you don't like, because then you'll force yourself to like it. It might become a habit. Then it might become something that you won't be able to break away. How did I learn my English? I was born in America. I have ancestors, major ancestry, but my parents were both in the States when I was born. Well, that's a tricky story how I learned English. I was kind of born here. I mean, infinite. You can if you want to. You're more than able to, and you're fine, Abraham. There's no worries. Literally, I grew up and people didn't know if I was Mexican, if I was Iranian, if I was mixed, black, if I was Egyptian. They'd ask me like, "What are you? Like, are you Mex?" I had like one of my longest friends for like 5 years. He was like, "Are you Mexican?" I was like, "What? No." Like, oh, I don't know what race you are. I was like, "So you just assumed that I was Hispanic?" They're like, "Yeah, for the longest time I just thought you were Hispanic." I was like, "Okay, cool, I guess, but no." Someone thought I was like a Haitian at one point, and I was like, "No, close, but no." It was when I had the longer hair, so like you either look like you're Hawaiian or from Haiti or for like Haitian. I was like, I mean, mm, no, seriously, it's like you can't tell. You just can't. I could be whatever I wanted to be. Honestly, I could just change it like that, and people wouldn't know. People wouldn't care. No. I had someone that was gonna teach me, but life got busy. But I would love to learn how to read Arabic. That is something on the list of languages that I want to learn. Nah, I can't speak her. I can't. No, that's the fact. That's the fact, Queen. Because even growing up, I wouldn't tell anyone that I was black. It wasn't in well, and even then, I had to use the term black because I don't. People weren't accepting the term Egyptian. I remember in elementary school, I was telling them like, "No, I'm Egyptian," and they're like, "No, you're black." And I was like, "Okay, sure." And then tell me why my own sisters were like, "What race are you?" Bitches don't even know what race. They're my family. You don't even know what race I am. And then I have people saying I'm not. Like, come, like, do you know or not? Because I know. I would hope to God you would. You're my sister. You don't even know. My God. They won't commit mastery. Choked on hookah. No, but I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck, man? Like, all sorts of things, man. All sorts of things. But no, I'm Egyptian. I went by black for so long though, because like I had to just like say it. I didn't want to have to go through the whole spiel of being like, no, I'm this actually. So it wasn't until after high school where I really stopped saying that. Oh, that was you. Okay, awesome. I got you. What do you want the reading on? But yeah, I like completely. Like after high school, I was like, I'm done. Like with that, I can't just go around saying I'm black, dude. Like, I need to get in tap with my roots again, because it's not only that I have like Cherokee in me as well. So like that sticks out too, and it's just a whole bunch of stuff, man. I haven't had a genealogy test either. I just had a lot of my information. My adoptive mother kept a lot of my records. And when I was like 13 through 15, I would go through them ever so often and just learn about myself. Nah, it was different because I wasn't born in like a hospital. I was born in like a different place. Um, Born in the back of a car while my mom was on meth, unfortunately. So I wasn't at the hospital. My adoptive mom ended up taking me from her and bringing me to a hospital though. So I got there fine. Uh, but I've sent a request. I forgot what form it is, but you can fill out the form to get your ancestry from like government from the government's base, the database. I filled out that form, and I haven't got a response back from that yet. But yeah, let me get your reading here. Okay, so for your first card, mastery, we have the Queen of Pentacles, and the Queen of Pentacles is telling you to really allow the physical nature around you to nurture you. Things might be coming to life a bit quicker than expected. With the rabbit even popping up with the solstice being yesterday, that is, signifying the bringing up of that. But what the Queen of Pentacles is really saying is that there is things beginning to be created on the physical. There are things that are needing nourishment on the physical at this time that you're needing to focus on, that are trying to be birthed into life and trying to take off. That will take off a lot quicker than a lot quicker than you think. Excuse me. The green coming down from the crown shows that there's needs to be a new mindset, a greening, a fool's mentality, a childlike mentality when coming down to this, sacrificing the rationality, sacrificing how you think things are going to look on the physical, and focusing more on the internal, that nurturing aspect. That's what it's really talking about in the grand scheme of things, to really make sure that like you're looking for not necessarily new ideas, but look for what's already growing. Look for what already has like sprouted. And your second card is the Six of Pentacles. And the Six of Pentacles is telling you to spiritualize what you're doing on the physical. What are you giving things in a spiritual manner? Are you working with your business in a spiritual manner? Maybe that could identify its decline. Are you working with yourself on this in a spiritual sense? How are you allowing your spiritual nature or your spiritual practices, the being of you? How are you allowing that to interact with the things around you? Is it a spirit of panic? Is it a spirit of enthusiasm? Is it a spirit of happiness or sadness? How is it interacting, and how are you feeling it? That's really what you need to pay attention to at this time. That's how you're going to spiritualize on it. What's on the bottom of the deck? On the bottom of the deck is the Three of Pentacles reverse. Three of Pentacles reverse is saying that you're not following that divine plan. You're striking at the wrong time. Take time to like draw back into yourself. Take time to get back in touch with the heart space, with the original plan, and then when you come out of that stasis, focus on the external, not as a warning sign of what to do next, but of when to strike. You'll get that sensation on the physical. Your senses will flare up. You'll get that notification of, oh, now is the time to strike. Now is the time to implement this. So in the grand scheme of things, really sit back, get the plan again, go back and remember the why. Remember why you're doing these things before getting back to the how and things of that nature. Of course, I got you, Mastery. No worries. No worries. All love, no shade, always. Exactly. The soul runs off wisdom, off of nourishment. You get wisdom from experience. If you feel drained, you might just be not experiencing things. If you feel bored and trapped and not content, learn to experience new things. Even if it's that experiencing new thing is going outside and you've already gone outside a million times. Maybe you just haven't gone outside feeling the exact way you have then. That's going to set something free, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a hotel room. I've been in this freaking room for almost a year now. God damn, dude. It's crazy. It's a sunset. There's no like visual sun, but it's a sunset. No, it's the sunset. It's like a painted sunset thing. It's on like the backboard. No, I don't know my grandfather, so I don't know any of my adoptive family because I'm not supposed to. Technically not supposed to, I'll say, because fucking every bit of information was hidden. Most of it was, at least. No, because doing readings like that aren't real. You really need to be focusing on is right now is what's most beneficial to you in that sense. You know, you're not really wanting to stop anything. Having that false sense of control isn't going to do much but hurt you in the end. Whatever's been set in stone is out of your control. All you can do is control yourself and how you observe things and how you move from point A to point B. You know, if you're wanting to travel but are afraid of the war, ask yourself what's going on with the war that's, you know, keeping you afraid. If you're wanting to do the exams but you're not, you know, taking the time to study, ask yourself what's keeping you from studying in that sense. But to like give a reading to prevent something to happen is something that's not necessarily possible in the sense of war and exams, and more of what can I do to get myself to stop self-sabotaging, or what can I do to get myself to stop XYZ. Purpose is always inside of you. You always have your purpose. Your purpose innately, and everyone's purpose truly, is to reconnect back to mother, the heart space, to operate from the heart and to live the true life, the true existence, and to live in true authenticity as they wish. That's seen, however, differently on the physical in many different ways. Some people connect to their heart space by having millions of dollars. Truly, some people connect to their heart space by not. It all depends on what they desire to experience in their lifetime. But you come with it. talking about purpose in the sense of what you're meant to do on the physical realm, that's also made and built inside of you. It's just about breaking down the boundaries, if you grew up with them, of course, of thinking that you're unable to do the things that you have, having a lack of support team, having a lack of, friends, advice, etc., etc. That might prevent it. But again, like, it's still part of us. You never really find anything in this life. You just rediscover what you already know. Do you wish to continue school, or do you not? Because if you don't want to really continue school, then don't talk to them about it. And if they aren't like overstanding about it, come up with a plan. Let them know that what you're deciding to do other than that. um well, you never lose it. You just have to reconnect back to the authentic part of self. What part of you is keeping you from being authentic in that self? What what boundaries have you set that are preventing growth rather than supporting it? And if you want to do that, like, talk about that. That's a business venture, even though that is a lot of responsibility. Let them know that that's what you're desiring to do. See if you can come up with a plan to move forward with that. Yeah, but what about the mind? Is there a disconnect between what you're desiring to do mentally and then what you do on the physical? Is there a disconnect from what you're wanting to do truly to the thought forms in the physical? Like, all these things, like, let's break it down for a minute, if you want to, of course. Well, what do you mean that you know that you can't? How do you know that you can't? You haven't even tried it yet. You have no proof that you can't. You know what I mean? You're just assuming that you wouldn't be able to do it. And it's because you're preventing yourself. You're needing an excuse to prevent yourself from doing it. You have to ask yourself, well, why can't I? You know, what's keeping me, someone who's also just like another person who's starting up a casino, what's preventing me from doing it in that sense? It's going to begin off as like just a lack of belief in self-doubt, etc. But it's going to reach down to deeper problems that, when looked at, will, show you like, oh, so this is the true reason why. You're fine, Anita, no worries. But yeah, falling back into patterns and own cycles and beliefs. I get that. What triggers that though? I'm gonna annoy you by asking you what and why a bunch, um, but it's gonna get you to that golden nugget eventually. Um, but even if you don't want me to do it, asking yourself like what and why, like what's causing this and why am I doing it? Seeing it from that aspect, asking yourself those questions get you down to that answer. Um, it just takes a minute. Well, you shouldn't be able to. You shouldn't be trying to cope with your current reality. You're creating your current reality. What you need to do is begin to change. Figure out why your current reality is that way. Your current reality is only the way it is due to internal belief systems, internal structures that you've set up, and that you've held tightly to. Those limiting beliefs that you know are limiting, you're needing to find a way to release them. You know, try coping with the external reality the way it is telling your internal system that you agree to how you agree to how you are now, even though you might disagree with it, saying it out loud verbally and mentally disagreeing it. You've told your nervous system that that's something that you're comfortable living in, and even though you're saying all those things and extending a different thing, your actions are still keeping you stuck in that loop. So it all begins with asking yourself these questions of like, why am I doing this? Why, what are these cycles showing me? What, how do these cycles, come up? Because, we can't change the present in the sense. We just exist in it. We change how we operate in the present, and that aligns us more with destiny rather than fate. And that's really all we're doing is balancing, following the heart rather than following the mind. I mean, it doesn't seem like it is. If the dark side has led you to a gambling addiction and all this stuff, it does not seem like it treated you very well at all. That might just be a manipulation of your own mind because it's gave you things that please your rational mind rather than actually solving anything on a soul level. Um, but if that's how you wish to live, then that's all you. And that's what happens when we have to learn these lessons of self that we held on to tightly for so long. We have our own like nervous system. It's not on me. That has nothing to do with me. It's all about you. Those are your problems that I'm just aware of. I can't, that has nothing to do with me. I can't take blame for things that move on in other people's lives. But yeah, that's how the learning lessons are. When we have a strong attachment to it, our nervous system will respond to it, and it will continuously try to get that response out of us, out of our nervous system, and make us feel a certain way to achieve its reaction. This is the whole thing of conditioned and unconditioned stimuli. You're conditioned to feel a way in a situation, so then the system runs you through that so many times, keeping you drained, and it uses that as a source. When you're aware of it, and you're aware of not only the signs that it caused that bring it up, the actions that you take that bring it up, and it's also just like the environment that you end up being and creating for those events to happen, then you can break that process down and break that coding down. Yeah, like if they aren't serving a purpose, if they aren't providing, then there's not a need to continue it. If it's something that is abusive or using you rather than fueling you, then get rid of it. You don't need to be a supply for things. That's not your job. Right. That situation is trying to build you up so that you don't have to continuously go through turmoil, and that you can just cut them off at the first sense of wanting to. And that, you know what I mean? It's getting you to stand more for yourself, but it, it's you haven't like seen it in that sense from how you're describing it. Because you shouldn't have to like go through a situation like that. You shouldn't have to create a circumstance to end a relationship or to end a connectivity between someone. You should be able to stand on your own enough to know and say like it's not worth my time anymore. You know, that's what it's showing you. It's showing you that you're exchanging way too much of yourself in for people to the point to where you need to receive something back, i.e. the agitation or the loops that they feed you back into to move forward in the push. You're not running off of actual pyre, you're running off of that guilt, you're running off of that ick, the gunk, what people would call negativity, the pessimism. You're running off of the fact that feeling of betrayal, the feeling of you know, intenseness needs to occur for a change to happen rather than allowing a change to happen naturally when it first presents itself. So don't wait for it to ultimately be disconnected because of fate, because that's only going to do more damage, not only to your mindset, but to how you are as an individual over time. Begin to step more into the role of the creator rather than the role of the one who's being created, um, and move in that sense. World War III is not going to be what people think it is. People think it's going to be like an actual like war. It's really not. It's going to be something completely different. That's why it keeps coming back to you harder, more and more. It's trying to. It's going to break you if you're not careful, because that's what it does. When you're meant to learn something, when you've inherently mentally learned a lesson, you have to go through the trial. You have to go through the fire. If you keep getting too burnt by the fire, you'll get swallowed by it, and at that point, whatever happens, happens. So, it's best to just heed the warning, you know, when it presents, and really move forward in that sense of just like not needing it to escalate to an event, because that causes then like the mind then creates a false sense of guilt, a false sense of innocence, a false sense of all sorts of stuff, to and it then like makes you more confused. Oh, I don't know why they're acting like this because XYZ. Well, it was agged on. It's something that you have to consciously be aware of, because the fact that you choose not to make a choice means that you're actively choosing for something new to happen instead. And that new thing isn't going to be something that you get control over, because your control was given to you to stay or to leave. And after your choice was made, then, you know, the unknown happens. And it's showing you that the choice that you keep making, despite it being with different people, despite being a continuous cycle, it's like it's showing you literally like this is what you need to break, and if you don't break it, it's going to break you. And that's the battle. Is like it's the mind that's going to control you at that point, rather than following the heart, following that true feeling. It is possible to do so. It's just there's internal work that needs to be done on your part before going out. You know, this cycle is going to repeat until you fully, you know, break through it. Whether you break through it with yourself or with another person on the physical doesn't matter. You just have to learn that lesson. And then learning it means embodying the correct feeling, that correct frequency that you need to have, that you know is right and correct to do, rather than allowing the one the other person has to control and take you over in that sense. So, really go in on the shadow work, go in on the aspect of self, see what you're doing that's holding you back, see the aspect of self, confront that aspect of self that keeps you held to those old patterns. And that's the thing. You need to do that shadow work. That's the whole point of shadow work. People don't talk about it. They just say, do shadow work, meditate. They don't tell you what to do. Shadow work is literally asking yourself the question that I've been asking you. Why am I doing this? What causes it? How does it happen? When did it happen? And if you need to, who caused it? If you need to. But remove the who as quick as possible, because that aspect does not matter as much as you would think it does. That's again something that the rational mind attaches itself to, because you've yet to figure out the why. And until you figure out the why, you're going to attach it to the physical. So be sure to, ask yourself those questions. And it's not belittling yourself. And it's, don't only ask yourself for the quote unquote bad answers. When you say, yeah, this is fine and good, ask yourself why. Get to know yourself. Learn how you operate, learn how you think, rather than just being controlled by it and then regretting it later. Really learn how to be there in present moment, learn how to slow down, and really see what's happening, rather than allowing what the physical is doing to, control that. It does. You just aren't hearing it. You're not actually in a place to hear it. You always respond to yourself. It's impossible not to. The fact that you say, I don't know to yourself, the fact that you don't respond at all, is also a response. You may be neglecting to respond to yourself because of the lack of you being able to say the things that you say to people at first. That leads you to your throat chakra. Work on your throat chakra. Work on expression. That also leads down to your sacral chakra. Your throat sacral chakras can be affecting your root chakra, which is the whole combination of things rooting behind why you can't escape that cycle. You know what I mean? These are the things that you need to be asking yourself, because it's like, you will respond to yourself. You just need to get into a space of doing so, whether it's in like a full-on meditative state, or whether it's just allowing your mind to just run and asking yourself why and allowing it to run again. You get the answer. You just have to be open enough to receive. And sometimes your own mind keeps you closed because you've been closed off because of how you've mentally interpreted things. Well, that's an interesting goal, but we don't match that, so and you can't figure out how to do that here. So that's unfortunate. Maybe in your little like mind, but no. That's not where we're all going, unfortunately. You haven't read the story to its complete ending. That's not what's gonna happen. The devil, so to speak, is not who you think it's gonna be at all. You're gonna be very shocked. It's gonna surprise you, and it's not gonna be as happy as you think. Millions and millions are gonna fall to their knees and weep at the sight of their own betrayal. And that's all I can tell you. And unfortunately, you were going to be one of those people that will fall. Oh, you don't know what story I'm talking about. That's the thing. See, I'm glad that we could, split that apart because you don't know what story I'm talking about. You never asked. I'm not talking about the Bible. You would assume I would, but I'm not talking about the Bible. It's fair. But regardless, you're not very sure of what's going on here, Ibrahim. Um, over here on this channel. But it's not going to happen the way it is. And you're going to be one of those people, unfortunately, that's going to fall to their knees and weep by openly just admitting, like, what you did in here. Obviously, you are going to be one of the few that's going to be on their knees weeping for their own betrayal of self. I'm just going to warn you about that now. You don't have to believe me, but I'm just letting you know ahead of time because the prophecy's already been made. We are already on the sixth thunder. So, like, I'm just letting you know. I'm just telling you what's happening. Because there's a very big difference between you and I. And it's the fact that I've seen these things before. I've had 5 near-death experiences. I've gone places that most people fucking probably don't want to go. It's not what you think. I will say, though, I hate, I'm not going to say it the way I was originally going to say it, but I am going to say that you yourself are being gambled. You're not really being loved by anything. You're actually being gambled. Your life is being played with, which is why things are the way they are. And I'm just, I'm telling you this now. The day that you'll remember this and you'll figure it out will be a different day. But I'll just give you a heads up now and let you know what's going to happen because it's just what I do. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to take it. You don't have to do anything with it. But I just want you to know that, yeah, we all got played with. But that doesn't mean that what you're doing is the quote unquote way of it either. When you realize that you've been played with, one should then begin to evaluate themselves, which not many people do. So again, I'm letting you know, you don't know what's going on here when I come up here and people like you gravitate over. I'm letting you know now, verbatim, what's going to happen. Not because it's something that I've read, but it's something that I've experienced multiple times, not in a personal standpoint, but from an observational point. You know, it's not anyone's fault other than one's own that the Roman Empire is still at large. You know, the only reason why people would comply with Roman knowledge is because they've yet to either find, the truth, the old ways, the beginning of it, or they just wish to live in that negligence of self. But I'm just letting you know, ahead of time. Because it's only going to get worse and worse for individuals that are bragging about a force like that, unfortunately. But however you wish to go is however you wish to be. I can't do much about that. And yeah, I'm alive. I'll be alive for a little bit longer, I feel. And that is a solar plexus issue. the issue of being able to bring things into creation. It goes down into the sacral, but it's more solar plexus in that sense. Come back when you're off that spiel. I really just don't want to deal with someone like you right now. Come back when you're off the spiel. All right, but you know, in order to move past it, that work, the internal nurturing, the internal questioning needs to be known. You know, nurturing doesn't just mean coddling it and trying to cope with it. Nurturing it is like, what do you need? What do you want? All these things of that nature. Asking, you know, how can you be of assistance to it? Because it's there to show you a truth. It's there to show you an output. But there's a, what is glowing back here? Can you stop? There's like a ball of light that just keeps taunting me. It's not actually taunting me, but it's just flying around the room, and it's like it's just blinking at me. I want it to just chill for a minute. Anyway, um, working through that's like the only way. Asking yourself those questions of like why this, why that, really delving into stuff like that is how you're gonna break down that pattern. But because it's got to the point to where the successive forces got there, that's a lot of pressure not only on your nervous system but your mind, so it's going to take a lot of work to get it removed. That's the downside about it. A cycle will continue until you repeat it, and that's fine, but when you go time to break the cycle, you have to do extra work because you've allowed more entities, you've allowed more demons, more pessimistic thought forms to attach itself to you. So you end up making it harder on yourself by just not following your heart space in the first place. And welcome in, Joe. I forgot to say that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna talk about crystals, but talking about um other things is on the mind still. I just don't want to think about making videos right now because I can't. I'm gonna have to just not make videos and just do like shorts because I can't use this laptop anymore for like video stuff. It's actually just not working. Um, so yeah, I'm fine. I can't think about making videos because it stresses me out. Like trying to work with this laptop has been one of the most stressful things when it comes down to it, like content wise. I just don't think about it. Um, that's why I don't upload any more videos. I don't have anything to like upload videos with. I can use my phone, but like I can't have, you know, exceedingly long videos or be able to do much with it in that sense. Yeah, just ask yourself what's going on. Simple. That's the simplest way. I've said it the whole time. Like genuinely, just ask yourself what's going on. Why do I feel this way? What's going on? Let me see the situation. Let me sense the situation. How am I feeling? What caused the feeling? What on the physical made me feel this way? Getting yourself down to those points and seeing what you actually need to look at is gonna get you to be more stabilized. When you're in that panic mode, the first thing you want to do is run around and be chaotic. You want to have an action. Make that action be a responsible action. Make the action be a question. What's going on here? Let's get some grounds first. You know, ground yourself always before getting into anything. Always ask yourself, what's going on? Why do I feel this way? What's going on? What made me feel this way? You know, how did it occur, and then why is it here? What is its sole purpose? Well, it's there to let me know about all these things. It's there to let me know that I don't want to be around this. Okay, so then now what should I do then? What can I do to leave this situation? What can I do to escape this thing? Well, you can do this, you can say this, you can talk to them. Don't let yourself tell yourself no. Let yourself produce ideas. Let yourself produce, oh well, let me do this, let me do that. I could do this, I could do that. Let yourself do that. That's part of the process. You'll be quick to go, I can't message them, they don't like me. I can't do that. What if this happens? Don't worry about that. That's not what you're trying to figure out. You just need to figure out what you can do. Bull point it. Working like that. If you get off track, it's okay, but get yourself back on track. Asking yourself down that way is the first step to it all. Because you're trying to figure out what's in the shadow. The shadow isn't a dark, mysterious place. The shadow is what's hidden from you. It's the part that's inside of you. It's the part that follows every step that you have, that holds your baggage. It's not something that you get rid of. It's something that you clean up and organize better so that it can be a protector. Your shadow is supposed to not only guide you by giving you, hey, don't do this because past experience X, Y, Z, but it's also supposed to protect you by keeping you stable, by keeping you away from doing things that you know you shouldn't do. You know, keeping you attached closer to your morals and seeing how one side weighs out on the other. So doing shadow work, it isn't supposed to be something where you walk in with a bunch of regrets or guilt. You just ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? Why does this feeling make me feel this way? What caused it? It might bring you back to your childhood. It might bring you back to just a memory that you had a few seconds. You know, it's something that happened like a few days ago. Whatever it brings you to is the main focal point that it's trying to show you. Not only that, but your dreams. Your dreams will take you back to certain time periods, using people that remind you of a specific energy or remind you of a specific time frame of yourself and your environments, not other people, that show you like what's going on and how to connect more with it in that sense. Maybe you're longing for something that you haven't quite gotten yet, or you haven't took the step where you're holding on to things, or someone is overpowering you, not in the sense that they're doing anything to you, but however they ended up, however you felt with your connection with them is overpowering you, and they're popping up to show you, hey, this individual and your experience with them is overpowering you, but it's not the individual, it's just that feeling that you have attached to them. Maybe it's a feeling of not liking them that you need to get rid of, that's keeping you from doing certain things. Oh, I don't like that person, so I'm not going to go out because what if I see them? Well, then they're keeping you from doing what you want to do, right? That's magic, by the way. That's black magic, by the way. It's all just you. It's your own mind that prevents you. No one else can. They can have opinions, but if you agree to it and then succumb to it, that's you. You accepted it. You know, that's the accountability part of it. But we won't go too much into that. A lot of people are still shell shocked by how magic works, I guess. So, but regardless, just asking yourself why, asking yourself those basic questions. It's super simple. That's really all you have to do. You'll get into a habit of it. You'll start seeing like the cycles that you keep producing, the repetitive nature itself. They'll start making itself more and more apparent. So be sure to do that. It has nothing to do with belief. That's another misconception. It has nothing to do with belief. That's a bunch of westernized BS. It is intent and receptivity. Someone's intent could be to harm you. You can receive it completely different. You have the free will to do so. You receive it differently, it hits you differently. It has nothing to do with belief. You need to control how things come into your space because it's your space, no one else's. Someone sends you something, it overpowers you, your fault. It's in your space. You should be able to defend it and take it out if you want it. You don't have to have it. You don't have to accept it. You can say no. So it's about your receptivity. You cannot believe in something, but still have it affect you. I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm still afraid to go into a haunted house. Why? Are you afraid of a ghost? No, I'm just afraid of XYZ. Oh, it's a haunted house, though. What about a normal house? No, it's something about the haunted house that's keeping up from doing it. You know what I mean? That's what's going. It covers itself up like that. But it's about the intent. If you receive the intent of, like, I don't believe in ghosts, therefore I'm not going to be scared of them, that's different. But you can psych yourself out by playing the role of both gods, by not believing in something but still being hurt by it. You can believe, oh, I don't believe anyone can hurt me with magic, but it's constantly being thrown at me. Well, then that's because you believe that you can be hurt by it. And now you're putting yourself to a test to see that you can't get hurt by it, but you've yet to break that test in that cycle because there's still a part of you that doesn't fully believe it yet. You haven't fully allowed it to be interpreted that it can't hurt you because it's coming to you. Because you hear all the time, you hear people saying, oh, I believe in God, but I don't believe in hell. Okay, cool. How do you do that when the belief of certain gods are tied with a certain region that has the description of hell or an oblivion-esque, station for the souls? Whatever way it is, like, there's still something that's discombobulating is that belief. The belief is to be a lie. You can't lie to yourself and make it. There's a part of you that's always going to be connected to it. So to the people that's faked it till they made it, they didn't fake anything. They actually just connected themselves to a part of them that they know can work, but they don't allow it to. So they have to fake it, put on a new persona for it to work. Imposter syndrome, Well, you're always going to have a thought. It's impossible not to have thoughts. It's what your mind's going to do. Everything that you see, you have to think of it. You might not notice it, but if you look at, hold on, let me do this. When you see this, even though you're not meaning to think about it, you're thinking about this, you're thinking about that, you're thinking about what those words say because you're reading it, you're scanning it, you're seeing it, you're constantly reading, you're constantly thinking. It's just about learning how to use your thoughts, how not to, not necessarily use them, better yet, how to work with your thoughts, how to allow your thoughts to be of a benefit rather than of a doubt. It's not about stopping anything. That's the issue. People want things to stop. Nothing is going to stop. An unstoppable force is not going to be stopped. An unstoppable force cannot stop an unmovable object. The unmovable object is just you. Because you shouldn't be able to be moved. You should determine whether you move or not. The unstoppable force is just life itself, the chaos within life itself. It can't be stopped, you can't be stopped. But when you end up stopping, then that force can push you back and stop you. And it's about not trying to stop things or to, take things away. It's about slowing it down so that you can see what's happening and then move and phase through it. So don't worry about that. That comes from having a control complex, needing to have things stop and start, and for things to go away, and wishing for things. That's a control complex. You need to release that control and know that you can, and then allow yourself to move forward in that sense. To have ultimate control is to have surrender and to walk that path. You know what you need to do, you know what you desire to do, but there's something in you keeping you from doing it, and you have to combat that side of you, not by actively, going back and forth with it, but by surrendering to what your heart desires, and allowing the mind to switch gears and go with that path, because it will. It just needs to know where you want to go. And we as observers are indecisive. We see both sides of things. We see all the sides of things. So we have to take that initiative and going, okay, I'm going to go with this path because it actually makes me feel better. This path is based off a stress feeling and it makes me feel more panicked when I'm going to choose it. And you'll switch because it's like, okay, now that I have a direction to go, we can go that direction. But it's about having that sort of control, slowing things down internally enough and seeing that process happen, because you can. It's an interesting process of how the brain works, but once you slow it down to that point and see like, okay, so this is how what's popping up and all that stuff, it no longer affects you. You no longer have to stop it. The only thing that you end up stopping is like your actual physical action. You stop yourself from being rational. You stop yourself from being erratic or or too chaotic in a sense, and you pull back into a peaceful mode. Even though you still might be in a bit of a panic, you're not taking any action on the physical. You're using that panic's energy to use for a thought process, for a debunking, rather than a building of it. No, that's not the energy. That's your mind. Energy doesn't tell you to do anything. It's your mind that's telling you what to do. Your mind is taking a hold of that energy and saying, do this. The energy itself is innocent. Everything's neutral till it hits you. Energy's not good or bad. It's coming to you with a purpose. It's your mind that's corrupt. It's your mind that's driving it the wrong path, because your mind's taking it, seeing it, feeling it, sending the electrical pulses through, and then making you act out. That's what's going on. You need to clear your mind. It's not anything coming. It's not the energy. It's really you. It's your mind. It truly is. It's that whole thing. People don't like to hear it, but that's the truth of it. Your soul is not the energy you're receiving it from. You're receiving the energy from your mind. If you were receiving the energy from your soul, you would be calm. You would be within peace. But you're receiving it from your mind. You're focused too much up here and out here rather than internally. And it's reflecting by the actions, the cycle that you're in actively. You need to see it in that sense. That's what it's trying to show you. This repetitive cycle is showing you it's literally there. The only thing you're doing is you're choosing not to side with your soul. You're getting the energy, you're seeing what you're supposed to do with it, but then you're actively, consciously choosing to do something else. And you can say do distress whatever, but that's still a conscious decision that you're making. You need to overrule that by not taking that action anymore and by choosing the path that's actually going to elevate you and actually move you forward in a sense. When you have a thought and then you feel, that's not a real feeling. That's an electromagnetic impulse. Your true feelings will come without any thought form. That feeling will create the thought form. That thought will not come first if it's pure. That thought will always come first. It will compare itself to something. Oh, I need to do this. Then that feeling comes up, not pure, coming from up here. If the feeling comes up and then you're like, maybe I should do that, that's more of a pure feeling. And then still it resides more of how your nervous system is. Yeah, you thought. That's the thing. You're thinking. This is the mind. This is the whole thing with the mind. You're saying it even right now. You're thinking it. You're in the mental realm. You need to escape the mind space, go into the heart space. The soul is there. The heart and the soul are doing its thing. They're giving you the energy to help you move yourself in these situations, to help you see that greater sense. But it's this thinking. You might be overthinking about things. You might be trying to create a plan or create an avenue to walk down, but that's already been created within that heart space. You're just needing to use that mental force to know that everything's going to work out and walk. You're welcome in, Amy. Again, like I mean, it's not drawing anything from me. I'm completely fine. on my end. There's no need to feel that way about another person, you know. All things come from self. It might be draining upon you, but not upon me. But again, it's the mind. It's not the soul. It's the mind. You may have a thought form that's ruling your life because obviously, you know, again, like if it's going this deep in the cycle, there is some form of corruption within your mind. Well, then again, like that's what I'm saying. It's your mind. You're not getting it. It's the last time I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna cut the conversation because I keep saying it. It's your mind. I said again, your heart and your soul are giving you the correct advice, but you're mentally not getting it correctly. It's the mind working you do. It's the last time I'm gonna say it. I can't keep going in this cycle. And this is probably again like why you're stuck in it because it's that lack of receptivity, it's that lack of seeing it, it's that part of oh no but it's this because again thinking about it rather than allowing it to exist and seeing it in the whole spectrum. You're getting the information, but when it goes into an action which involves the mind first, it then gets corrupted and doesn't work out because of the mind, not the soul and the heart. You blaming the soul and the heart is a thing in the mind. No, you're not. I've just like again, I've said the same thing like many times. I can't say it any more than what I've already said. They may be wrong for you, but that does not incorporate me. You know, I appreciate of the concern, but it is something that I know for a fact isn't happening on my end. Of course, it's the same thing. I just you know I can't I can't repeat it again in that sense. I've said it many times, and it's more of something that you need to incorporate and begin to work with. No matter how many times I say it, it's not going to make that full change. It's about fully experiencing it for some. So really just take time, you know, incorporate what I've said. Just take time to really sit down and ask yourself those questions, get down deep, journal, you know, pay attention to yourself and your actions, and how you're receiving things. You know, observe them. Don't act on them. Just observe them and see them, and then move forward. I mean, you're not really getting it from me. You're observing and then not agreeing. That's nothing to do with me and everything to do with you. So, you know, don't put that on me. I'm not here to take up anyone else's feelings or baggage. That's not my job. That's all on you. I can't do much about that. No. mean, that's the thing. Like, it's not anyone's fault for how anyone feels other than the receiver. Again, it goes back to what I was talking about: intention versus reciprocation. If you receive it wrong, it's your fault. It's not the intent. So, I can't do nothing about that. But again, like when you speak bold about things, there are always going to be hidden demons, hidden things that end up get irritated, things that we might not be aware of, and it's just how it happens, and it's the name of the game. Hmm. Hmm. That is weird. Well, interesting. I might get off here. I've been on for like 5 hours. um, I gotta go rest up and stuff. But yeah, that is interesting, Amy. It is very interesting. Let me do this. So, but yeah, thank you all so much for being here. My email's there, the donation links are there, and my website's there for services and whatnot. Regardless, thank you all so much for being here. The likes, comments, shares, subscribes, donations, whether energetic or financial, I greatly appreciate them all. But I will see you all later. And I love the autism spectrum folder forever. I said that backwards, but I will see you all later.